Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I capture everything I'm watching on my screens. This is my virtual trading journal. I had the headset in the wrong hole. Sorry about that. My virtual trading journal, where I capture everything on my screens in the video, and then my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So it works perfect. I don't have to be focusing on screen snaps or typing or whatever else to keep up a very accurate journal and record of my live trading. Now, I am not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, and that's not my intention, but I do trade live here on Bookmap. I anticipate and execute the trades and then manage them. I don't take any trades which I have not previously vetted to have a positive, statistically proven expectancy. That's important. My trading is based on price action, volume, and probabilities. So let's get on with it here. I think, oh yes, there's a description, or there's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. And let's see what we have for reports this morning. At 9 o'clock, we have consumer confidence. That's going to be a pretty big deal, I think. It is a 3-star event, but, consumer confidence is, I heard a number on Friday that it was the lowest recorded consumer confidence number since the 70s. If that could possibly be true, well, I guess it could. This is a pretty all-time low for America here as far as I'm concerned. So here we have Financial Juice, investor.com. And that is my typical old-fashioned news source. It is my favorite as far as screen snapping and posting into Discord or wherever. Investing.com only looks at traditional economic events and numbers. FOMC, non-farm payroll, consumer confidence, PPI, CPI, not somebody's going to have a news conference here or somebody tweets on something there. And I appreciate the difference because it enables me to compartmentalize what's traditional economic stuff and what is just spin and news cycle. Notice also here that any of the event titles turn to a URL if you hover over them. So if you don't know what consumer confidence in May is, you can click on that and go see. This can be filtered for any place you are in the world or any reports you're interested in, as can the Financial Juice, which is my other news source. Now, for just about the opposite reasons that I focus on investing.com, I appreciate Financial Juice because they do pull random, non-typical economic events or risk events into their calendar. Trump's going to give a speech someplace. Obviously, that's got nothing to do with economics, but we all know at this point that he could say pretty much anything at any time, and it might have a big impact on the market, which is a risk. Not make it a political statement. It's a risk to the market and to our auction. And in this current environment, or any environment, but specifically now, our job as a trader is to protect and preserve our accounts. The first way to do that is risk management. You can't identify, mitigate, or manage a risk if you don't know it's coming. So I appreciate that very much. Also, on this right side is this kind of a squawk box ongoing narrative. So there you go for news. Oh, and we are in, I forgot to mention, we are in earnings season still, but right now there's nothing major on the horizon in that regard. And these are free, I forgot to mention, but both news sources are free. That's, all the ads floating around every place. But my thinking is that if I keep them this way and make sure everybody recognizes that anyone coming through the stream can have access to these same news sources. So let's look at the pre-market. What happened? Oh boy, the war's over. We're all going to be dancing in flowers. Well, maybe not. When yesterday evening, I should say yesterday through the holiday, up we went. 78 to almost 100 points on the ES. Then last night's ETH session opened, and well, maybe none of that was the real thing, so we're down here. Okay, but let's notice where we are actually. Here's the close. Here's the open. We are 100+% long inventory. We're short inventory from the RTH Open. But in terms of the previous RTH close, which is right here, which is on Friday, because I scrubbed the holiday data. Obviously, if I didn't scrub holiday data, and this is a full session, we traded up here, down here, and ended up here, and then here is where the ETH opened last night, and now we've traded back. So there you go. By the way, this is an Investor RT, which is my basic charting package. This is the micro tab, micro ES, NQ, micro composite chart for the micro ES. And then this is just a E-mini market profile. I don't change it around from micro to mini. This is the mini tab. And if you're not familiar with IRT or you get confused here, these are, you can look at the header of any of these charts and see the chart name, which is meaningless, but you can see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session in the header of all of them. So you should never be. If there's ever a question, you can just look there, and there you go. And then there's some of these have a watermark on them also, but anyway. So let's look at the higher time frame here, which is the best place to start always, in my view. This is the micro composite for the micro E-mini. That's kind of a mouthful, isn't it? But very simply, using the header information again, these are daily RTH session only candlesticks in the for only the RTH session. So wherever price overlaps here, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates this micro composite volume profile. So we have a micro composite V volume point of control, a high and low, and a naked volume point of control, and these high and low volume nodes, which are represented on this chart by the red and green lines, and those values are pushed to Bookmap, as are the session prices. Let's see what's going on with volume today. Fairly low. This is a look back of average volume for the previous 20 sessions for this time of day. And this is the ATR for the 1 minute candle. Okay. let's look at the other beauty over here, which is Bookmap. Doop-de-doo. This is my execution platform, and you'll see here, hard to tell because of this POC jumping up here, but there's a blue line here, and that is just simply a vertical line, and I put that on the first print of every session. So if I glance to my left and I see the blue line, or blue boy I affectionately refer to it as, and I know that this is the current price, and because this is live and this is the current data, I know that I have the complete session in view here on the here on the the Bookmap chart, and that ensures that I have a complete understanding of context, which is very important to me. So let's look at the Bookmap from the right to the left. Micro composite column, where I manually enter the values from over here on this chart, like the MCVPOC, for example, all-time highs, naked volume points of control, whatever. This column represents the high and low volume nodes, which, trust me, are actually there. There's one of them. Hello, guy. All right. This is 1 point high. That's how I like to keep that. This is the full session volume profile, which starts plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH, this is the Globex of the full session. Now this is the delta and the volume profile for the RTH session, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is my statistics column, which is really important to me. And these are the session prices pushed automatically from IRT continuously from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday, or in this case, 1700 last night because of the holiday. If these session prices would be of value to you, I share them freely and happy to share them. You just let me know something in the chat, like, subscribe, and let me know something in the chat, and I'll hook you up. This is a CSV file from Google that updates continuously from 1700 on typically Sunday evening through 1600 Friday, and you can use it in Cloud Notes or on these line indicators or in your software of choice, or like some people in the TLab, Ned, for example, just has an Excel sheet, and he just has a way figured out that he monitors that. This is the book Resting Liquidity or Limit Prices. Limit liquidity by limit price or limit orders at every price. That's the way to say it. And I don't have a dome on here anymore because it was a lot of columns taking up precious real estate on this chart. So this is the most important column on the dome, which is the liquidity. There's 198 contracts laying out here at 55s, okay? And here is the prices. Now, this is the heat map and the chart and whatever you want to call it. No indicators, simply the mid for the RTH, the POC for both RTH and the full session. Now they're a little bit different right now. There's a brighter yellow for the full session RTH and one for the POC. These things are a little screwed up after a holiday, right? They'll come straight the minute we open. Then we have an Globex and an RTH VWAP. And these dotted lines are one standard deviation either side of the RTH VWAP. There's no other lines or levels, simply price action in these price lines. Sometimes we have a little bit of confusion, can be the, I don't know if I can see one quickly here. Come on. Well, I don't see an initial balance anywhere here. But the initial balance high and low are simply levels that reflect the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And that's all. Now, I'm going to put in my statistics. So the next thing I do here before we get too carried away is to determine the open type. Well, if it's not clear at this moment, it should be clear by looking right here. Here's yesterday's IB high, Friday's IB high, IB low, the close price, etc. Right? So, and here is the session high and low. Well, here we are. So the first thing we do to determine the open type, statistical open type, is to look at where we're trading now and how would that compare to the previous RTH close. That's so far below us I can't even look at it over here, so that's higher. How would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, we're way out of range, so we are higher out of range. It's another gap up. Okay, that doesn't have to change, but if it should, then I would change it with this here. And the reason I do the column title is so that if I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can instantly know the relationship of these overnight values without thinking about it. There it is. We're gap up, out of range. We're both out of range and gap up. Gap is taken from previous RTH close to the open for today, and out of range is exactly that. How we open compared to the high or low of the previous range. Next, we're going to clear the column of statistics. And then we're going to go find the new statistics. So how do we do that? Statistics. Study. IRT. Update this, which doesn't matter. So we open higher out of range Friday. We're going to do the same thing today. Right here. How does this work? The system looks back at 1,746 most recent trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher out of range 434 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 77.0%. Overnight volume point of control 77.0. Drum roll. Ba-doom. That's it. That's how tough this is. And we're just going to go down the list. Overnight high, 74.9. Well, that is... Let's look for the overnight low since it's right there. And where is the overnight low? Right there, 36.4. And I'm just going to go down the list. So let's look at the overnight mid, which is 68.6 point. Ooh, that's the devil, 66.6. Yeah, it is. Wow. Ooh, spooky. Spooky booky. And previous high. IB high, so far below us, who knows? IB low, previous close, 48.8. That's typically a big one. I don't even know if we can see it down here. It's so far away. Well, let's look at the previous POC, which is always one, and that is 31.1. And I put those initials because the minute we open, obviously, the POC is going to move to wherever it's calculated today, and it will no longer be here. So I need to know that in order to, man, this is crazy, isn't it? Look at how far down we are for the, can this be true? No, this can't be true stuff here. Well, let's see something. We can see where the previous close was. It was right here. 74.84. Oh, it's way up above us. The IRT is a little bit goofy here today because of the holiday. Let me make sure. 74, let's say it was 74.84. Let's see if we have a value here hiding somewhere. So previous close is supposed to be here, and it's not. That's because the previous close on the full session is off for the holiday. So bear with me today. We've got the high, we've got the low, we've got the mid, we've got the POC, we've got the overnight low. That's probably going to be important. And the overnight high is also one that should be looked at. IB high, I mean, overnight high is 74.9. Okay. Now I am going to stop all of that nonsense and get on with something that I do every morning called the TLab snap. And that is, wait a minute here. Let me see if I can reboot this IRT and not have a huge drama happen to me here. What I'm going to do is a TLab snap, which is something I do every morning at about 8:20. And that is, I'll show you in a minute. I'm rebooting IRT at this minute. So this holiday thing always throws, I don't know, me or the session or the system or both for a loop. So let's see what happens now. I think I'll have to reset all of the scrub for all of the holiday things and everything else, I think. Yeah. Well, let's see if I download the data, what'll happen here. Well, you can watch this, I guess, if you want to. This is the IRT snap, which I do every day. What I'm trying to do is backfill these values here because they are not, they're not right, obviously. It's not looking far, it's not looking back to Friday. It's still looking at the, this quote page is looking at the current stuff. So let's download all the historical data, and then I'll have to scrub the holidays, and then we'll be maybe okay. Let's check. In the meantime, and between time, while that's thinking over here, let's do something that you'll probably find important. In order to trade with IRT or with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel. And in the new version, instead of picking chart or DOM, you select an account. In this case, I'm trading in order to de-risk lower than 2 micros. I'm using a Lucid account. So let's make sure the trading statistics are correct, and that's right. And let's make sure we're multi-account trading, and that is this way, so that when I take one trade on this on Bookmap, it will be initiated across all of, boy, that didn't help, across all of the other accounts. Now I can, because I've selected this, and I'm going to select 5 over here because that's the volume I'm going to trade on this account. I can re-click this button, and I get the real estate back. I have the correct setup in the trade control panel, and I get cancel and close up here, so I'm ready to go. Now, we didn't have any luck over here, except it did pollute all the data. So now I'm going to have to scrub the holidays out again. This is so frustrating. And I'll have to do that for all the charting with IRT. So bear with me. And it just still didn't backfill the previous, so that didn't work. Okay. Right, it is 22nd. So let's make this snap. First of all, let's go over here so you don't have to watch all this screen snapping and jumping all around. And paste this in the TLab. Did I put TLab? Yeah, I did. The TLab is a, hold on. Let me do this. Okay, so there's that. Now, I'm not going to worry about that anymore, but I am going to get back. So the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who is a make sure this thing didn't screw up. Well, it didn't. Good for me. Really? I'm so happy. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, good. How about this one? I was thinking that when I didn't scrub, it would be all rub-a-dub-dub 3 men in the tub, but I guess it worked. Okay, cool. Well, that's good. So now we've got IRT back the way it should be for both mini and micro. We can prepare for the open. Open deed open. Okay, what else is going on? So what was I saying? TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by Tom B. Been trading for 47 years. Started professionally as a money manager. Doesn't trade live, doesn't call trades, but provides a lot of great advice. And there's a lot of good people in there. So it's the only site that I kind of tip my hat to every morning. I used to be very active there, but I took Tom's advice and started focusing on narrating my market and my trading. And that's hence the stream, because it was my way of journaling, which I've already explained. So I think that catches us up to, we're going to open in about 35 seconds. Let's see if everything else is okay. So we are set up there. We're not set up over here on the hedge side yet, but we're going to do that here in a minute. Okie dokie, let's rumble, baby. 15 seconds. Ready to rumble. 10 seconds. Ooh. Come on, restart, boys and girls, like you're supposed to. No, they're not going to do that today. Maybe they will. Maybe we'll get them to restart. I don't know. It's thinking about shit over here. Why it's doing that, I don't know, but that's really annoying. And now it seems to completely have disappeared. I don't know what it's thinking about. I don't know what the problem is, but I know I have no volume profile, so I'm just... Because there's a delay with Rhythmic. I don't know. Oh, well, it happens, right? So there's our volume profile. I'm assuming that this is trading properly, that this has been a delay, and so I will be extremely cautious about taking any trade, even though I never traded the first minutes of this, opening seconds of the session. But look at this freaking delay and lags. And there's no volume bump. What's the volume here? Nothing. Times 2. %69 volume. Oh, well. And there's delays up and down and across the board, which is normal on IRT, but I'm not used to seeing this BS with Bookmap, frankly. The little Bookmap elves are still nursing their hangover from Memorial Day, I guess. So let me see what I'm forgetting to do here. Probably something. Well, there's the open. That's something I forgot to tab in there. Okay. Well, the initial balance and the volume profiles seem to be plotting more or less correctly. After this thing gets its knickers out of a knot, I will reset these to hopefully be more accurate. Like right now. That seems okay. Okay, Bookmap is Bookmap. IRT is having a big problem. What's new? All right, there's Friday's close, and here we are. We opened gap up, which is called gap rules. Way up. Previous close, right there. You're looking, yeah. Previous close is 74.48 quarter. Now what I'm going to do, 75.84 quarter. Man, dyslexia is a wonderful thing, isn't it? 75.84 quarter. I'm going to get down here to there. 74.84 quarter. Boom. And this is gap low. Gap low. What the heck day is it? 25, no, 25, 24, 23, boom, 23, 0526. Okay. That's our gap low. Our close is, that's our close. Our range high is 75.24. Okay, so let's go find that. 75.24, right there. Previous RTH high. Well, that's correct. Isn't that cute? How that did that? But it's not over here or here. So I'm going to put this in here once again. And this is going to be the range low. I'm having a hard time. I'm not a hard time, but I have to get used to this again. Range low. 230526. Range and gap. Big differences, obviously, as you can see. And here was the gap high from the other day. Now, the gap and range high is this open at the moment. So we're going to do that. I'm trying to make this accurate to do with the data services things I'm using, like Edgeful and whatnot, and correct nomenclature if I can, right? Range gap high 260526. Oh, look at us go. So I guess that's right now. Spent a lot of time trying to get my head around this, the hedge values, most specifically the correct, to try to identify in some way that makes sense to me how to which leg to take off first and when, you know. That's the key. Obviously, once the hedge is on, it's a no-brainer, but until that point, it's a big brainer. Now, I'm going to put Blue Boy on the job, which I referred to already, but don't watch. This is a real expensive indicator here. It's called a vertical line. And there's the opening print, essentially. Don't seem to have a lot of volume here. Notice how light the book is. Let's see what we got over here. Let's make this 200. No. Don't be so hard to please. Picking up all values over 200 contracts down here, and you'll watch them start flashing them. Let's make this 175 just to light up the heat map. No, not much. There's one. There's a couple. I'll change it. I typically run it at 200 overnight and 250 during the day because I don't want to have a bunch of junk all over everywhere. There's the IB low, the IB high for so far today. That works out pretty snazzy. Well, we've taken out the IB low statistic. There we go. 36.4 has been taken out. And we're approaching the gap. Wait a minute. This is range high. What a dork. Come on, dork. This is the range high for the 23rd, not the low. What? Am I crazy? Okay. Greetings. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate it very much. I'm only in this pretty much for the likes and subs in YouTube, so that would be super. And, you know, if you could click the little bell and forward it to somebody, very definitely comment in the chat. That seems to be something the algorithm likes, and I definitely appreciate it because it's a lonely business, this trading thing. And I want to state at the outset that I probably forgot in the pre-market, but this is my virtual trading journal, as I said. Everything that I do is live, real-time, in Bookmap. IRT is where I do my charting and statistical analysis or vetting of setups. And this purpose of this stream is not my way or the highway. This is a collaboration. I'm all ears. Any suggestions, I'm all over it. The object is to develop and maintain a consistently profitable business of trading and to share that experience. Oh, Richard. Good morning. Top of the morning to you, Richard. I'm not even going to attempt an English accent. I'm a donut when it comes to all that stuff. So it's been a magical weekend here. Everybody was, over the moon, tiptoeing, skipping through the flowers on the holiday because everybody just knew that it was coming up roses, and then all of a sudden reality struck, and here we are back down again. We've just now closed the range from Friday. Damn near up 100 points, though. That was pretty impressive. Some people made some money on that, I'm sure. Lovely weekend over here. I hope nice where you are. It's 24C and sunny at the moment. So there we go. We are, IRT is having a little problem getting its knickers out of a knot. We're still pretty low volume. This has been, the holiday data has been scrubbed. So this, obviously here's where we closed on Friday, and then Sunday night we did all of this noise, and then Monday night is where we, at 1700 is where we opened up here. So this bit was scrubbed out as usual. Spent most of my weekend working here at the Home 20 and also working on this hedge system in terms of I really want to feel confident that I have my head around which leg you take off when unwinding. Putting the hedge on and why is no problem, but I want to be really clear about it. I don't want some nasty surprise that I unwound backwards or something. Okay, so what the hell are we doing? Well, we're in a big gap situation. We've closed the range gap, but we have not even gotten near the close gap. So per proper definition, we have not closed the gap, but we have opened, what is it, outside of range and back in. I don't know what the wording is. Sorry. Trying to get my head around thinking about all this stuff. So there's the previous, here is our overnight volume point of control, which we're getting ready to tick right now. We still got the high above us. There we go. So we took out the overnight low, the RTH POC, and what do we got living up here, the mid? Okay. Oof. Well, yeah, it has been here too. 24 is just right now. Yesterday it was about 32. So not quite as hot as you got, but yeah. Antonio said it was smoking hot in Portugal too last time, I think last week. I think it's they're expecting that, right? Some sort of a giant El Nino, of course, climate, global warming, and why we should take care of the environment is something that's, that's those are blasphemous words over here right now with this current crowd. Oh yeah, I got to get my. Didn't change. I was so busy being pleased that IRT hadn't fallen on its head here. I forgot to switch them over to the RTH sessions. We're going. That ought to shake things up. Which is what we had anyway, but So I have now reconfigured the IRT to RTH session only. Here's today. This is always that way because these are RTH session only candles, and there's our open. Now the individual charts are, instead of having it be full session where we had previous RTH, then the Globex last night, and RTH. So this is Friday, and there is today, and we just closed that range by a whisker. Well, according to this, we really didn't, because there's a previous RTH high, and there is the ETH low. Sorry about that. This hasn't gotten around to fixing itself yet. I guess. Come on. And here we are, just ticking the top, ticking it, and heading up here to the overnight mid. Funny how no matter what kind of an environment we're in, those statistics just continue to work. Wonder why that is, though. Could be because trading is a business of probabilities, maybe. So let's see. The stream is streaming. No missed things. What do you call them? Drop frames. Yeah, cool. Extra cool. Young fool. I spent a lot of time over this weekend with backplaying and replaying Bookmap and working on the hedge strategy, as I was saying. I need to make a hotkey for this too, for the chapters. So we're still in the first 30 minutes. We've taken out two or three of our statistics already. So I spent a lot of time with the hedge, which is briefly this. Let me see how to put this. The minis, this is the micros. The micro trades will be 5 lots. There will be, assuming that we would enter at, let's just pick one, 41s. That would be a long or an enter of, let's say we're going along at 41s. I would put in an order at 41 for 5 contracts. 5 points below that would be a long order for another 5 micro contracts. Assuming that that is hit, in other words, 36 would be hit, we would then be long 10 micros. At the same time as I put in the order for the second 5 contracts at 41, there is a corresponding short order for 1 mini at the same price at 36. So at that moment, when the 36 is taken, the short is entered on the mini, and we're 10 contracts long on the micro. That's a dead hedge with a 2.5 point lock. No matter at that point, no matter what happens to the market, the worst that can happen, I mean, the worst outcome can be a 2.5 point loss on 1 mini. Which is about $125 bucks, I think. So there you go. That's the hedge idea. Now, what I've spent a lot of time working on is unwinding that hedge. And this is the Excel sheet I've been working with. It graphs, based on various data here and inputs, it graphs. Let's make it bigger. You can see the entire trade. There's the entry. There's the hedge. In this case is a long, and this would be the average price, and then it calculates all the short and longs. The thing I've been working on is how to unwind the thing with the most advantageous way to unwind it, or looking at it another way, the least disastrous way to unwind it, starting with the long or short, and then the entry price, and then the hedge, short or long leg hedge off. What happens, and where it calculates where a scratch is. I'm still not comfortable with that. Using the hedge in and of itself is easy. It's the unwinding that's the important part, and I don't want to have a situation where some disaster, it suddenly starts compounding the wrong direction. So that's why I'm really trying to figure this out. There you go. So that's the hedge. That'll be the technique rather than the multi-brackets, which I've used for years and which is normal to the stream. But that's it. And I just better get this music going here before, hell breaks loose. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with Clown Car Diplomacy. Channel 12. Israel, ground operations in Lebanon begin beyond the yellow line. Well, this guy is going to keep trying to keep the wars going over there as long as he possibly can. all kinds of crazy crap going around that Trump surrendered and he was in the hospital, and I think it's all fake news. I think AI needs to be taken out and shot. Everybody involved with it would be a good start. Peter Thiel and Altman and the rest of those crazy assholes. I listened to the most crazy speech by Peter Thiel. It's just amazing, that. Anyway, nobody cares what I think, but dangerous, troublesome things afoot. And I'm sure it's very similar to the mentality that was going around in the late 30s in Northern Europe. Okay. And yeah. Okay, let's get on with the job here, Pretty choppy open, isn't it? How wide are we? 24, 45. 20 handles. 20 handles on a completely chop fast IB. I'm going to get rid of this one standard deviation on the VWAP just simply to clean up this chop mess going on right now. And like obviously I'll put them back on anytime. It's real simple. It's just bands and boom. But it's kind of busy over here, so get rid of some of these lines. Okay. Let's take a little run around the park here. What's the bar? Is the bar open yet? I don't think so. Oh, what happened to the bar? Oh, here we go. Okay. The initial balance EF trade. Well, we've got to close a couple of things here. Thought I had those. I restarted. Never mind. I restarted it. Sorry about that. My mistake. And now just a higher overview of this. The gold are the Asia high and low. The green are London and red are US. Now I'm going to put the IBEF setup on here, assuming that this thing wants to stop doing whatever it's doing and talk to me nice. There we go. Now you see the IB high and low, and you see the percents of the IB range, high 25, 50, low 25, and these values will push automatically to Bookmap, and they already have. Who's that mass man? 25, 50, 25. Okay. This is the other IB trade, which I have developed and vetted long ago. You'll see and it's based on these zones: continuation, pullback, and the two trigger zones. And there are those levels associated with the IB high and the IB low. Now, it's important to note that when I take trades in Bookmap, they're live, real time, in the market, absolutely. However, well, today, now, wait a second, let me start that over. I am now trading because of the de-risking, as I mentioned. I am trading on the Lucid account rather than my live AMP funded by me real dollar account. So This trade is live, real market, and this is essentially those sim because it's a lucid prop account. That's the only way I could de-risk lower than 2 micros in my live account, in my AMP account, and still have meaningful trade parameters. You know, so, and we can talk about that later, but anyway, that's where that's at. And so let's get back over here now to the vetting and back testing, or the way it works is you identify a system or a pattern that happens frequently. You don't want it to happen once a year, obviously. Hey, Anton. Good morning. And then you identify the rules around that system and create a trading system based on those rules. The computer can then backtest this system over however many days you choose to do that with this backtest engine. And you will then have identified statistics, real vetted statistics, upon which you can either throw the thing out the window if it's no good and has no expectancy, or you can lean on it. That all happens in the simulated IRT environment, because obviously when you're testing if a system is any good or not, I don't have enough money to just waste money on it. Throw money at it, let's put it that way. So this thing will take trades and they'll be plotted over here if the rules say so. And this is live, and this is the live rhythmic data driving my book map and driving everything else. So it's the only data feed here, but it will be within the simulated environment. Same story with the Edgeful IB back test right over here. This system, RT simulated. I want to be real clear about that so nobody is misled. I like misleading you, of course, but we're still got this 10-second lag. I'm just so over this crap. I still believe it's got to do with I still believe that it has to do with this giant volume. We're already 1,446,000 contracts traded in the micro NQs. And 318 contracts, 1,000 contracts traded in the minis, the NQ mini. Jesus. I'm quite sure that volume is what's choking the horse, but maybe not. I haven't figured out what to do about it yet. I spent all weekend working like a little beaver on the trying to figure out the most advantageous or least destructive way of unwinding the hedge. I worked on my tool there, my Excel tool, all and I'm still not 100% positive what to do. I did a bunch of replays. I don't know. So we'll see what happens as we take the trade today. We're taking out this liquidity right and left, aren't we? Let's choke this down a little bit, back to 200 again. What I don't want to do is be standing here and then have my jaw drop down because I overlooked some possibility that could suddenly compound the wrong direction, you know what I mean? And I want to be real sure about that. And I'm not a good conceptual math guy, so I need to have pictures and, circles and arrows and a paragraph on the back of each one, all that stuff. if you remember Alice's Restaurant. I have the hedge all set up, as I was just talking about. Ready to rock here, assuming we get a signal. It's 9 o'clock, so we're got 30 minutes till the initial balance sets, and that's the first one I'll be looking for. So far, we're making higher highs and higher lows, huh? Closed the range just barely. Did not even get near the gap, of course. What I did here, just briefly, succinctly, what a cute word, succinctly, the hedge setup, and the world famous new and improved tool. What I was working on was which leg to take out, and how does that, what scratch does that present, and all based on, of course, the short or long and ME, in the entry. So it's pretty confusing for me. Still have the, in the case of a short, we've got the entry, the add, the hedge, average price, and then it would plot, depending on where the short leg or the long leg comes off, it plots a scratch on that. That's the idea. In this case, we would be, let's pretend we're going long. I'm going to try to do this real time as an idea. And let's say we took a trade on at, oh, actually, no. Let's say we're going short at 46. Let's see what that does. Oh, man. Come on. Why do you have to be that way? Stupid thing. So let's say we're going short at 74.46. That was 75. Jesus Christ. 75. 46. So there would be 75.46 short. There's the short. There's the average, and there's the add. Now, imagining that we're going to take the add and we're going to take off the long leg at 48.5, which is average price. So we're going to take out the long leg at 75.48.5. The hedge is off at 48 point. The scratch is 46. So there's the scratch. So that math works as far as I'm concerned. I believe that's correct. So hopefully this thing, hopefully I haven't out-clevered myself over here, which is entirely possible. So there you go. And now, in inquiring mind want to know. I also fixed the broken lookup stuff for my risk and sizing and all of that stuff, and the what if drama. That all these things had been broken because I changed the lookups around for the instruments. That's all okay. So let's get back to business now. We anticipate the IB stat at the bottom of the hour. Looks like we're going to keep banging our head on the high, doesn't it? I would guess we're destined to the 50s and the 55s, or, 54s. Yeah, 55s. By the looks of that liquidity. Without a doubt, the largest pile of it laying up here. And came in the book at 7:12 this morning, 7:30 this morning. And welcome to the stream. If you're just passing through, drop something in the chat and let us know who you are, where you are, what you're doing, send money, all that stuff. This is the purpose of the stream is a collaboration to improve the development or aid the development of a consistently profitable trading business. I'm certainly not my way or the highway. Nor am I trying to blow smoke up anybody's butt that I have all this, figured out better than anybody else. Now, one of the things that they do on the Edgeful guys' side of life is they, I didn't do any of that yet. Damn it. I should have done that early on. Sorry. Okay, so let's take a look at the setup data. Almost forgot about that. And here we have Edgeful. And what's in play is building. Well, we were an outside day, which we've closed, and that is a no-brainer. I don't care about what's in play right now. I got it, Andre. And the screener is giving us an idea of which of these tickers are being, and which are setting up for a gap fill. The opening range breakout and the IB standard, which is what I'm looking at. So let's get over here to reports and start the way I drill down. And maybe it doesn't matter to anybody, but this is my way of doing it. The first thing I look at is the opening candle continuation, and I find this report to be pretty important and insightful, actually. And it was phenomenal on Friday how this came to play. And what this does is best described right over. This is some code I got worked up over the weekend to back test my idea of the Edgeful or the retracement for entries. But I mean, the code it's pretty amazing what you can do with some of this stuff. This is the code that worked out. That's the code I was able to work out in about an hour. 2 hours at the most. Pretty incredible. This damn trading view is a pretty amazing tool. It's doing the IBs and plotting the pullback and the entry and all that, but it's not putting on any trades. I was trying to do some back testing. So let's nuke this thing here, there, and let's put on the market sessions here. So those are the Edgeful sessions. Now here we have the Asia which is, you know, they don't scrub, but this is Asia, and then here we are for today. And let's look at the initial balance stuff, which is right here. Okay, there we go. So this is the Edgeful initial balance thing. And the next one where I started this conversation was, where did it go? Here you go. There you go. Okay. Now, the way this opening candle works is from the open of the session to the close of whatever period you set it for. I'm using these indicators for a graphic purpose, obviously. In my case, I have the candle or the opening continuation set for the same period as the initial balance, which is the first 1 hour. So that's over here. If the open is lower than the close of the first 1 hour, the candle is up and it's green. That would give a implied bias of long. If it's the other way around, it's an implied bias of short. And this is the IB high and this is the IB low, and these are the values. And one thing that I've noticed in that is also part of the statistics, whichever of the initial balance is formed first lends to the probability of the second of the one being taken out. The opposite is taken out. In this case, we've got an opening candle up. We've got the IB high forming after the IB low. High probability we're going to first break will be on the IB high. It's not rocket science, but you know, there you go. So that's how this report works. Now, what was real eye-opening was by weekday. Stays pretty much the same today, right? And this is Tuesday, but Friday, watch this. Well, that doesn't work here now because it's a different day. But anyway, it was 100% for that candle to be, for the IB high to be taken out on the Friday with the candle high. And the way, another thing about this statistics is there's the instances, so you know you've got more than one. This is an explanation video put out by Andre, who's real concise, the developer, the CEO, whatever. There's always a text version, and there's a graphic, so you can see what I meant by the candle. Open is lower, open is higher. Now he's got down here 30-minute opening candle. You can have it be anything you want. So the graphic's a little misleading. Anyway, the next order of business is we know we're looking for upward bias, and this candle is still forming, right? Because I've got it set for 60 minutes. So let's look at the next report, which is initial balance. Man, I keep setting this damn thing and it keeps forgetting it. I'm obviously not doing something right here. I'm sure there's no question about the fact that I'm just not doing it right. It's operator error. As far as remembering the instrument, because I keep doing the bookmap thing. That should save it, I guess. No. I guess that'll be saved now. So here we have the standard idea. This is the initial balance, 60 minutes. There's a 74.6% probability that we will break one side. 23% will break both, and a 2.38% will break one. That will break neither, excuse me. Right now that bias is neutral because this is still forming. The initial balance is forming. Let's start doing this. Let's see how this changes by day of the week. Whoa, look at there. It's now 60% and 40%. That's pretty bad odds. And there is no percentage that we will break neither. Assuming that we do break out, okay, this was on Friday. You see what happened on Friday? There was 100% probability on Friday that we, with this ending zone, that we would break out. Now I've got to set those back to 0, make this all days, and make this all weekdays. Well, let's do Tuesday because that's what we're doing, huh? So here, what a look at that. There's a 16% probability. If the IB high was formed first, there's a 16% probability today that it will be the first taken out. If the low was formed first, as it was, there's a 76.92% probability it will be taken first. Not the IB low. So the next thing that we have to do here is set the all-important zone. And that's really important. And let me explain what the zone is by just a quick trip to TradingView again. Here are the zones: 25, 50, 75 from the bottom, or from the top, 25, 50, 75. Okay. If this is the first IB low, then the zones for the IB close would be 25, 50, 75, 75 to 100. If the high had been put in first, it would be the other way around. So if we close within this range up here, which is highly likely, I would think, unless some news crap happens, we would say that's within the 0 to 25% range because it's opposite the first IB that's put in, okay? So let's go to the range now. We've got the day set, ending zone, and here's the text if you want to see that I was not making it up as I went. I like to do that, but so there's the probability. Now 85% that we'll have the IB high broken first, 14% later. Makes good sense, doesn't it? Okay. Next, we're going to look at retracement. Assuming that the IB high is broken first, right here, there's a 78.5% probability that we'll retrace to the 25% level. Meaning, assuming based on our math, on what we've done so far on the data, there's a 75% probability we're going to break the IB high. I'm sorry, that after the IB high is broken, 75% probability we'll retest to the 75% level. And a 42% probability that we'll retest to the 50% level. So what can I do with that? Well, if I don't enter on the breakout and wait for the pullback, and then put my stop under the 50% level, those are pretty good odds to have a continuation and not be stopped out, I think. That's how I'm going to look at the data. All right. Now there's a lot of different things you can do. Obviously, if you've been thinking about it, you can front run them and based on those dependencies or those probabilities. And the reason I'm focusing or highlighting the edgeful stuff now, rather than my usual method of vetting statistics, which is by creating a trading system, running a back test, and then developing, where did it go? Boop, boop. And then having a look at all of, where are we? Each one of these lines is a back test based on from IRT with all of the data in, instrument, back test type, all of the setups, the criteria, and all of the trades. 495 days, 1,108 trades, 750 winners, 35, 210, 35, and then, then we've got win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, all those kind of things. And it's definitely good data. But I am slower than the second coming of Christ when it comes to developing this stuff, because I am not some young code wizard here. So I need to find a more expeditious and yet still thorough, correctly done methodology from the point of view of statistics system to come up with this with data and probabilities. And that's why I'm leaning on Edgeful at this moment, or moving that way, because it provides that sort of data. And you see how long it takes me to change something, instead of days over here to develop a system. Now, the system that we just looked at is what's coded up right here. And that's this trading system. So when the IB high is broken out, assuming that it is, the system pulls back to the 25% line, there will be a trade initiated, and the stop will be below the 50, just like we talked about looking at edge. And then, Bob's your uncle. Away we go there, Bub Louie. Maybe. And first of all, Tuesday is a real suck day for trading. It is the lowest probability. You saw that 40% and 60% probability for even the IB to be taken out to the upside on the Tuesday without any other data involved. And so I'm cautious here, but I've got the hedge set up. Now, one word about the hedge story. Let me just put this in the top here. Okay, I gotta get this chapter title changed. The way I'm reviewing or looking at this hedge idea, which was contributed to the cause here by our good friend Anton, 100% his creation. Get rid of that busyness over here on the heat map. Sorry. There you go. Look at before I get on with the hedge thing, look at the difference here. There you see there's no liquidity showing, right? Even though we got some big spikes up here. So let me just change it. Oh, that's the reason right there. Let me change it from, here's 200. There you see it. Let's go to 250. Now this is more the way I prefer to have it. So here's that big liquidity has been laying up here since 7:30. Now we've got a couple that were brought in and taken out. We've got this boy up here at the 53s, and then we got 54 up here. All right, so that's the liquidity story. What I was getting ready to say about the hedge is that it is an addition to the trade management, not replacement. In other words, I will not enter any trade that hasn't been a vetted setup. This IB one that we're just talking about. But in rather than just a dead stop of 5 points, and then, you know, game over, go to bed or whatever, that's where the hedge would come on, and providing which I believe would be an additional opportunity to have that trade come right, or be less of a drawdown than the full stop, or at on the worst case, and on the best case, a winner. So that's the way I'm approaching it, and hopefully that's why I'm so intent on trying to make sure I understand the sequence and which of the legs to be taken off of, to have the most beneficial result. And maybe maybe there's no way to nail that down. Maybe that's where discretion comes in. That's where I'm at this moment. So I can graphically display that, actually, what I was just talking about here. Let's get over to Uncle Hedge. So, excuse me. Let's assume it's a short. Let's assume it's what am I doing here? Oh. Let's assume it's a short. What is going on? Did I screw this all up? Yeah, I did. One thing I do not like about this Google Sheet thing is you can't just undo or something. Or at least I haven't figured it out. So here would be a long. There's the entry. 5 contracts. I'm just out of the air 46. This is 5 points below the entry, so this is a 5-point stop. Rather than a dead stop out, add 5 more contracts, so the average price is right here at 43.5, and simultaneously short 1 micro. So no matter where price goes in the balance of from the moment this edge is on, the worst that is going to happen will be 2.5 points drawdown, unless I come up with the proper way to take the hedges off and in the proper sequence, and then benefit. The idea would be, of course, that when price starts to go back the way you thought it was going to go in the first place, you take off the short hedge, and then you need to know how far above the current price does price need to travel in order to reach a scratch. And the way I think I figured that out is, let's say that we take the hedge off at the average price. Let's see what happens, to be honest with you. What do we got? We're in a long. Okay, so let's take off the short leg at 43.5. The short leg is the hedge, right here at 40. No, yeah, 45, 40. Jesus, 75, 43.5. Okay, so if we take off the hedge right here, we've got price has got to travel to 4,600 to scratch. At that point, if you took the trade off right here, it's a dead scratch. If you take it off between here and here, it's a loss. Here and here, it's a win. It's positive. This is why I'm trying to figure out, because if you take it off here and the price travels to here and then suddenly goes down this way, I have to figure out my approach at that point, because I don't want to have lost this amount of money and then turn around and lose this amount of money. That looks to me like a double up, a double whammy, and I'm trying to figure out how to make sure I don't find myself in that position. So that's the hedge thinking. And we have not taken, the IB is live. So let's look at, quickly, let's get over here and let's look at the, easier here, I think. So there's the continuation, right? So the continuation candle is up. We have just now taken out the IB high, so that has fulfilled the statistic. These are standard deviation targets above the IB high. We don't have an entry yet because we haven't pulled back to the 25%, but we're, the game's afoot, shall we say. What is the initial balance high? I don't guess I explained that. Well, yeah, I did explain it. It's the first hour of it's the first hour of the RTH trading session. So there you go. And it's a very, very understood statistic, and they got right to that liquidity. Look at there. Bam, to the tick. Huh? Amazing, isn't it? Lately, these past few days, that has been a real eye-opening. They have, these large liquidity levels have been targeted to the tick, upside and down. I have no data to support how frequently, but I think so. So let's get back to the days full data. I think this is clear, I hope, how and why I'm looking at this. And there we go. Now, there is no trade for my original system, nor is there a trade for the edgeful based probabilities. I like that. The reason I'm leaning towards this edgeful system is it's based on percentage of range. I think it's based on the percentages of range here, see? Now, the way I've specifically coded this is a little different than edgeful. Edgeful would say that if we took the IB high with the wick, that's fine, and then pull back, that's the trigger. I've coded this so that the breakout bar needs to close above the IB, not just wick it. Wick it good. See how the B's coming in and out of there? And then the pullback would be the trigger. But the reason I'm thinking this is a more adaptive and a perhaps better system, rather than hard coding the levels like here. This is 3 to 5 points above the IB. This is 3 to 5 points below the IB. This is 1 point either side of the IB, the trigger. And the same for the low. Well, that's hard coded, and this system worked well for me for about, I don't know, from mid-November when I finally got it going through probably January, into January or somewhere. Then it just fell over. And how you tell that is you run a system mechanically until the parameters are broken. And in this case, the consistent stops, consecutive stops expected from the back test was exceeded. So that's the time to start looking at what's wrong with the system. Now we're getting a pullback over here. So let's go look at over here. Notice we did not close outside the IB. No trade here. This is no breakout. So a pullback to the 25% would not be a trigger. Now, over here, over here for the IB, what's going on? Well, we've got an A trigger, right? We've got an A. This particular system has 3 rules: A, B, and trigger. Not very imaginative, but you get the point. So, how does this work? Well, A is the break of the initial balance high in sequence. The previous to the break candle opened lower than it closed, then the break candle opened lower than it closed and pierces through the IB. Next we'll look for the B, which would be either to the continuation zone or to the pullback zone, and then retrace to the trigger. That's how that one goes. And the bar trades, which I have not figured out yet at all, are over here. The idea about the bar trade is that it is a breakout and retest. What I'm trying to identify here is a programmatic way to identify the consolidation, and then from that point, the breakout, and the retest could be quantified. But until then, I'm not getting anywhere, and this is one of the favorite trades of the static boys, Rod and company, that is this breakout and retest, and they make money hand over fist. So I need to okay, now likely we will likely have the breakout here because it's substantially over. I need to have a candle clock on this thing. These are 5-minute candles. That'd be a handy thing to do. I don't know how to do that, actually. A candle countdown or something like that. I think I'm sure there's an indicator around here somewhere. So there we are. Whoops. When I don't do things right, I get spanked. No lags. Ooh. Couldn't use the L word out loud, because if the computer hears me, it'll start lagging. Now, just looking at this on the face of it, this could be an IB continuation. We didn't get anywhere. We went up, or a bar trade, right? Breakout retest. Down here to the IB again, and is that a continuation or a failure? That would be a discretionary entry, and that's what I'm trying to get away from as much as possible, because discretion completely nullifies any kind of statistics. So, oops, Hope I'm getting these chapter markers okay. I guess I am. We'll see. The problem that we're having in this recent environment is everything is hanging on this news cycle, tweets. How many times I heard this weekend reporting that Trump had surrendered and given everything to Iran, that we have bombed Iran again. That's two exact opposite sides of the coin, huh? And everything in the middle. What the hell happened? I don't follow the news. I don't know how. The only way I The only best source of news that I've been able to find that's kind of real and not spun one way or the other necessarily is ground news, because they quantify exactly who did the reporting and what their biases are. So you can judge for yourself. I mean, it's still the same news kind of, but you can at least tell, okay, this dork is, American Nazi Party, maybe I'm not going to believe them as much, you know what I mean? Or something. Or, whatever the equivalent of that would be to the liberal side, I don't know. And even the naming now is being so hijacked, conservatives. You're not a conservative, you're racist. That's not conservative. The Republican Conservative Republican Party was the party of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Absolutely. Originally. So, yeah, they've even hijacked all of that stuff. It's crazy. As you can probably detect, I try to stay as far away from it as I can get. But it affects us. As I said in the pre-market, we have to be aware of what's going on. I see these traders on YouTube and stuff that, oh, look at that. I wonder what that was. Well, maybe if you had the news up, you'd know what that was. That was a tweet from Einstein or whatever else, I find that irresponsible myself. I think you need to be, our mission as traders today is to preserve our accounts. What good does it do if you do all this math and all this planning and you can't trade tomorrow because you blew up your account? Because Donnie John tweeted some crap when you were long with no stop, or vice versa. Doesn't do you any good. So in order to preserve your account, the first fundamental foundational tenet of preserving your account is risk management. And if you can't manage risk that you can't identify or don't know about, not a political statement at all. I don't care who you voted for, none of your business who I did. But by golly, we better know whether there's some potential risk coming or not. And right now, the big risk, the majority of the time, is some random geopolitical tweet or whatever. So it's a weird environment, boy. We have now a B where we closed outside. Notice how the IB stopped and the high and low range of the U.S. session continues in its color of red. Remember I said green was London and thing was yellow was Asia. Gold, I should say, is Asia. I wonder what Freudian analysis of me that would be, choosing those colors. And I don't think I did actually. I think that was part of an indicator that I started with. No, because I built these indicators. Never mind. That's pretty funny. I haven't thought about that before. So I see no trades here. Now we're looking to come down for a short, or for a long, I'm sorry. And notice we got a big liquidity fill at this bar. If you think of this as a consolidation, which it is, from here to here, then we've got a huge pile of liquidity that just dropped in at the 49s. Which coincidentally is just a little bit above our 25. These are the levels pushed to bookmap from this indicator or this chart on IRT. And these are just custom indicators I built for this chart, and then I use the export data thing from all part and parcel of IRT. It's not any magical code wizardry or anything. Statistics, math, volume. Ooh, here's Antonio's VPOC migration, baby. I don't know that I got into this in the pre-market, but the levels that I use on my charts are nothing magical whatsoever. They are just price, data, and volume. The POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session period. You know, the split second that one of these other prices trades one more contract than here, that's where that yellow line's going. The IB is just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH. Previous high ought to be pretty obvious. Overnight mid. Overnight VWAP. Just simple. Keep it simple, stupid. That works really well for me. because does that mean I'm stupid? I guess so. Or at least I answered to that. So we have a consolidation, a breakout. We have a consolidation, a breakout, a retest. That's pretty clean. Now I'm hoping that the bar indicator over on the bar, the bar chart, I'm hoping it has identified this indicator. Let's look at 52 half-ish to 55. Let's see what happens over here. Let's hope there's one there. Oh, look here. What do we got? We've got 50 to 55. Well, so it got a little bit better, but that's pretty close. That makes me pleased. What it did was picked up this pullout. Or breakdown, or whatever you call it. I'm gonna, you guys get ready to make a lot of money, or I'm gonna step away and fill up my water jug. Typically, that means all hell will break loose the second I do. There was, completely forgot about that. I'm sorry. We had the consumer confidence number without it, 9. So, oops. Forgot to even, I was so busy thinking about the market and hedging and dredging and whatever else, I completely spaced that out. Oops. Let's see what happened over here. We don't need Mr. Hedge on the job at the moment. This stupid thing that's really disappointing anymore. 93.1, 93.8. You notice what they're doing? A lot of the reporting outfits now, I think at the suggestion of the administration, here was previous 93.8. Here we are today, 93.1. What is that? That is down from 93.8. So what do? They put in a estimate or a target forecast of 91.9. I guess consumer. I'm not. Now I need to click on this link. I would in my initial, my thinking, my world, my brain, I would think that a higher confidence number is better and a lower confidence number is worse, right? So by putting in a low forecast, a lower confidence number looks like a win, looks like a hit, right? Pretty chicken shit as far as I'm concerned. But hey, that's just me, huh? Okay, now I see all kinds of stuff going on over here, and I want to know what it is. Well, we haven't gotten down there yet, but we're getting close. We're coming into this bar area. Did something happen over here yet? Yep, we've got a B. Now, this is a pullback, meaning that if this trades up to the trigger zone, this will short. My problem is, typically, I would enter those trades mechanically on Bookmap with my mouse. I'm kind of caught between the devil and the deep blue sea here because I'm trying to get ahead. I'm trying to make progress with the edgeful. And one thing I will say that is really apparent about this edgeful, there is no IB failure associated here. There's only IB continuation. That I've identified. If anybody's got a statistical way they figured out how this setup could signal a short, that would be pretty cool. But the data is all geared around a breakout. We break out, we pull back, we continue, or we trade, at least trade back to the IB high as the first target. Whereas on the old-fashioned system and in Tom B and all that, there's the B. So if we pull up here to the trigger, that would be a short. I don't know which one. I don't know which one I'd take, to be honest. Unfortunately, my bias is short. I always think that way first because I'm so used to the market, you know, goes up the stairs and jumps out the window down. But I'm going to have to fish or cut bait here pretty quick because here comes the trigger. I'm going to guess the 45's this liquidity. And that would be then for a long. We do have an IB VPOC migration north. I don't know. What does anybody else think? Well, I'm glad you did, man. I wish I knew which ones you're looking at, but good for you. That's great. I don't know how you get so many trades off, but I don't have that many setups to fire. So, well, there's the trigger. So we will now have a trade fired on this trigger at the low of this bar, wherever that is. And that would be over here. I don't know what to say about that. Whether that would be a long or a short. According to the basic data, that ought to be a long. With a minimum target at the 52s at the IB. T1, for example. Now, what's happened over here? Now, the thing that will happen over here is, on the old system, when this trades up to this trigger zone, it will short. Okay. I don't know what to think. So here I stand, heart in hand. Got a big buying tail on that there. I really don't know what to do, to be absolutely honest. Cognitive dissonance, eh? The system is taking along. It's taken along over here. And if I'm not mistaken, this other one was probably short or pretty close. We're not getting too far here now. Missed this short, so it did not signal the short, but the price continues to drop. Is there a lag? No, 5-second lag on this one. No, we got it. Okay. So if this one's long, it's going to go underwater pretty quick. Yeah, I'd really admire your skills there, Anton. And today, remember, we have 0% probability of no IB. Well, we've taken it out. There is a 60% chance that it would be the IB high. It would be a single break, and there's a 40% chance? Yeah, must have been 40% chance that it'll be a double break. Tuesday's not a big, very warm and fuzzy day. Well, so much for continuation, huh? That's really great, Anton. So it just, you know, the rule of thumb thinking for the sake of the recording here, the stream, 5 trades, no hedge, based on a 5-point hedge and a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio. That means basically a locked up 25 handles. So that's great. I mean, that's really great in anybody's terms. Congratulations. And there we go through the 50% range. Which will be the stop over here. This should not be in a trade because we never got the trigger. Never got up to the trigger zone. And I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what predetermined levels you see what I'm trying to be as open as I possibly can, well, completely, about what I'm doing, transparent, and I clearly need to figure out something different. What do we got here? Okay. I don't know what an i9 Ultra chip is, but cool. What I have here is an i9, but it's a 12900K. I think the Ultra is a way newer deal, which I can't upgrade because I'd have to switch out the motherboard. The socket's different. I'm talking about a, completely different thing. So good for you. That's great. I have no complaints about this PC other than not enough cores, I guess. And what graphics card does that thing have, if you don't mind me asking? Well, 50 was the bounce, huh? Now, if you want to look at the statistics with Edgeville, there's a 40% probability that we're going to get down to the 50 level, which we just did, but then it goes down to like 20 something. We're going to get back down to 25. Does that mean anything? I don't know. I'd have a hard time going long down here below both POCs and both VWAPs myself, but I have a pretty hard time going. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Well, that's about what yeah, I mean, if you want to buy something that'll rip your face off, get a thread ripper, I mean, that's the quintessential math process CPU out there and there's, it would never even blink an eye at what we're doing. But I think the things are like $8,000 or $9,000 for just the CPU. And then you got to pair that with RAM and GPU, so that's out of my limit, out of my range. Mm-hmm. Yeah, cool. I don't know what that ultra chip is, but good for you. What RAM are you looking at in GPU or whatever? Doesn't matter, but good for you. That's great. I think for what we do, as I said, I think it's cores. Because most of this is math. This is not high resolution ray tracing graphics and that kind of thing, I don't think. Well, if you want to look back in that ever so wonderful rear view mirror, there was that, we took out that liquidity, we have this consolidation, we broke out, we retested, and of course we knew to go short, and now we're down here, and we're worth millions. And, you know, I'm lead singer for the Stones and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, wow. I don't know what VRAM is on those NVIDIA 5070s. I got no idea. I'm amazed, actually. Where did you find that PC? Because I had heard that the GPUs were over $2,000. So, fake news? I mean, that's really good news, actually. That's great. Oh boy, here's another one. Now this is a really well-defined consolidation. Look at there. Boom, 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 boom. Right around the VPOC and the mid. But I wouldn't have any idea which way I was going to have. My guess would be short, but that's just a guess. Guess I saw that one a little bit later. So much for the data. That's pretty incredible, that 5070. I don't know anything about it. The last GPUs I was looking at was like a 4880 or 4890 Ti, I think. So that's way past my league. All-time highs used to be right here. Yeah, well, this one is built, I built this one when we moved here, which was the September of 21, when we moved here from KL. So, you know, not immediately the minute, but, you know, within a month or so. And it is the i9 12900K. It's got a 3080. RTX, NVIDIA RTX 3080. It's not a Ti, I don't think. And 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. But it does have the GPU does have 12 gigs of VRAM, which is now nothing. I mean, they're now like 30, or I suppose that 5070 or whatever you're talking about up there, 5090. No, that 5070's probably got, you know, 25 or 30 something gigs of RAM on board. Hi, Panda. How are you? Yeah. That's great. And a PC is a whole different kettle of fish than a laptop too, right? You'll need to address the cooling issue. Oh, it's a purchase. You're looking at buying a built unit, right? What kind of cooling does it have? Probably a fan, I guess. Anyway, whatever. Good luck. I'm sure you make the right choice, and you're making lots of money trading while I'm standing here like a bump on a log. So there's that. Had this been a quick move up and down, I would have said there's a breakout and a retest, but I feel like there needs to be some criteria around how far and how long the breakout and the retest takes. I don't know. Like, this looks to me, you know, these V reversals look like a quicker idea than this cup and handle crap. Hi, Panda. Yeah, Antonio's not around. I'm sorry. I didn't even want to be there for 2 minutes. Now, that seems to have been the perfectly fine idea with the pullback and the retest, breakout and retest, however. Okay. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know anything about them. That's 1,000, whatever they are, is past the last thing I looked at. Well, son of a gun, that would have been it, huh? Breakout, retest, boom. Did the bar play along? Let's look. Not really. I guess so. Breakout, retest. I guess you could call that the retest there. And down you go. How far down you go, I don't know. What's happening over here? We went broke over here. We took a stop. And this guy never got anybody on because it didn't have a trigger. And what are these bird brains doing about volume here? Not bad. Well, I've got to do something here. I'm getting to the point where I'm just going to start. Yeah, never mind. I'm not going to do that. So these trades fly in the face of all the data. Great. Good. Yeah, I have the liquid cooling has worked fine here for all these years. And TAM's the AMD that TAM uses for a gaming machine now, which was my trading machine in Africa, it has a fan CPU cooler, and that thing is she games on it hard, and it seems to work fine. And I don't even remember what the GPU in that is. It's older than the Bible, I suppose. I don't even remember the number, but it wasn't much. And funny, you know, that thing cost me about $2,000 to build. This thing cost me around between $2,000 and $2,500 to build. And we're talking years and years apart, you know? Yeah, I figured. I haven't just bought a machine and well, the last machine I bought was my Dell workstation, which is a laptop. It's the an M6700, and I bought that while I was in Africa, in Asia. I bought that in 2015, and it's still over there working like a champ, doing this. Except it's I can't update it to Windows 11 even if I wanted to. And I need to put in a different CPU and add more RAM. I got to change the CPU in order to have it utilize more RAM, and then I suppose it'll last for another 20 years. Now I would be, frankly speaking, I would be very cautious to take a breakout and retest, because this would be the second root trust, right? I would think, okay, so they couldn't get it they can't go too low, too high. The open, right? Isn't that funny? Right back to the open. Look at that. I just noticed that. That wasn't very observant of me, but right back to the open. Meaning that we closed the gap, closed the range, but not certainly the gap. Man. Let's see if it breaks the world record. Probability of the 25% pullback. Let's see if we can look at that. I'll try to get that going. Now, here we are. 24.43% pull that we will, in this configuration with that kind of a candle and all that other stuff, that we will, 42% will retrace to the 50, which we already did, and a 21.43% probability that we will take the 75%, which is going to happen in about 2 points. So the breakout retest short side is holding up for now. Yep. There's that 25% level. And the IV low is hot on its trail. They're going to hit 30 here pretty quick. So, yeah. There you have it. Yeah, it should be. That's what I was trying to show you the other day when I pulled up that, whatever it's called, armory crate, the utility for the motherboard. It doesn't look like any of my stuff is, even remotely being even 50% used. That's why I think that all this delay bullshit, all this lag stuff on IRT is simply within that program itself, trying to choke the data down and only using one core or something, because the CPU nothing is ever maxed when I go look at that armory crate idea. So yeah. And this machine is running more than just the trading. This machine is running IRT, bookmap, streaming OBS. Got those couple of tabs open for the news and thing, but that's essentially it. And then, of course, now I've got the Edgeful and the Trading View thing up, those are Trading View's a web-based deal, I think. That's what I've got open. All the programs that I've got open are visible across the bottom of the monitor there. Well, I have no idea what to do. What I would not go long in a minute, but nor would I short at this point. Probably, I guess, I don't know. I was going to say probably a higher probability short, I suppose. I don't know. There's a 60% probability of one breakout and a 40% of two. And they're pretty darn close to that second one. I'm not sure that you can really factor in This thing doesn't seem to be working right at all here. There should be a green. There should be an IV high right there. Well, actually, I don't know. I give up. Let's close that off and see if that's sucking up a bunch of... How do you save this shit? I don't know. I didn't know you could do that. All right. Well, this is no fun. Oh, Armory Crate. So that's a Asus motherboard then. This machine that I have is limited to I can't upgrade the CPU anymore, only one more time because of the socket and the chipset. Then I'd have to switch out the motherboard to go past that. And as I said before, the cooler I've got now is the biggest one that fits in that rack. And I have a bigger one, but I haven't really taken the time to. I was waiting to update the CPU and then put on the new cooler to that CPU rather than, monkey with the older one. So, and now I'm to the point of this has got to start making money faster. I got to quit this and find a job. Simple as that. Which would be real disappointing, but nobody said reality was fun. Here we go, loop-de-loo. I went out to get more water and came back with an ear of corn. No. There we go, water. All right. Mm-hmm. Now something's going on. The data something must have happened to the data because all of a sudden there was a delay there. So we must have got a big pop up on for some reason. It's sort of hard to believe we don't take out that IB low and the overnight low. Monkey Boy here is suggesting I go short in the hole. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm gonna have to put him out in the backyard. Ooh, ooh, this is looking great. Whatever that is. Ooh, I know what that is. Ooh, she's gonna. Okay. Yeah, the Asus utilities for their motherboards, that Arc Armory crate, yeah. I had my PC overclocked and then that didn't seem to be working out too well, so I took that back off and it seems to be more stable. That was at some point a few months back that I thought that might be a good idea. The way to go, I guess, if you're, for the forever computer would be, it would be a big Threadripper and a bunch of RAM. If you have a big Threadripper, you don't even need a GPU, I don't think, because it's got more computing power and you can shake a stick at it for what we do. But don't know that as a fact. Well, they bounced right off that IB low, huh? According to this thing, yeah, that's correct. I don't know why it's not down here. I'm not sure why the flag. Is there something going on I don't know about? I don't know why the previous RTH close is not here, because clearly it is. The data knows that, but it doesn't have the flag down here. Don't exactly know what to think about that. Always something. IRT always seems to have tomorrow it will have all the wrinkles ironed out. It doesn't like the holiday story and the scrub the holiday data and all that stuff. And here's what we're doing today, in case you're curious about the bigger picture. That's it right there. Well, I've got to figure out how to get to some sort of levels like you've got there, Anton, where I can just be trading this thing. I am so frustrated standing here. I did have a setup trade, but I could tell just looking at price action in the day it was not going to be successful. Well, I'm not going to take that, I went through that in January, taking these trades mechanically to lean on the law of large numbers, and ended up taking 150% more consecutive stops than the system provides for normally. So what was going wrong? Was I looking at the wrong? One of the things that I think is possible is that I was looking at the wrong period, the data. In other words, I think I've mentioned this in here before. If, I was backtesting 500 days, well, the market 500 days ago and the market in the past 6 months couldn't be more different. So maybe that's a bad thing to do. And I was thinking I was getting more of a statistical, a diverse sample, but that might have been more of the problem. So I'm not going to just stand here and continue to take stupid trades, like this one, which we talked about on the stream. Well, there's the breakout, there's the trigger, but it's market selling off. I'm not going to go long here, and that's exactly was the right idea. And there's a stop, and now we're going to go down here and take the double IB, which has a 40% probability today. Tuesdays are a real suck day. And look at this profile. I mean, if you had to stop and think about it, could you see a more balanced profile? A little flat on the top, but yep, it's right there. Well, it's from the 14th I have, but okay. And the POC and this data and the overnight low and previous RTH high, which is right here. And the gap high from the 14th was right here. A lot of stuff. Yeah, me too. I mean, and here goes there's the double IB. Yeah, I'm the same way. If what I wanted to do with this computer was to upgrade it just as much as I could within reason, to get optimum performance out of it, including IRT. But I'm thinking it may be a function of IRT, because the bookmap doesn't choke much, and IRT, and the stream is streaming right along, and it's streaming 1440p, not just 1080. So it's high def. I forget to mention that from time to time. And yeah, you're right. What the point is to make money, not to be a computer wizard. That's the kind of rabbit holes I fall down. Like, I don't want to be some sort of a wizard. I want to take trades and make money. I don't want to learn all about coding and IRT so that I can find data. That's why I'm thinking this Edgeful thing might be a good idea. Because I do think trading on probabilities is the proper way to approach it, as do all the other most successful traders in the world. Cool. I thought about it, but well, at least that's not going short in the hole. So, yeah, mean reversion. Yeah, it's probably a great idea. There's something up. There's something up. Now Trump's going to have a cabinet meeting at Camp David. I think it's the first time he's ever done that in either term. But it has a lot of significance in the Camp David Accords, and decisions were made at Camp David around wars and stuff like that. I think this guy's getting ready to do something that we're all going to regret. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Let me see. What the hell was I going to do? I was going to switch something around. What was it? Even this Al Brooks thing is goofy. Well, maybe not. No, maybe not. Okay. So we've fulfilled the data prophecy of both. Now what? I don't know if there's a double thing or not. Excuse me. What was that? There we go. classic example of shorting a hole, but it may work out. I am not, but this is an interesting thing that I see infrequently. This gold line and this gold line are the balance areas around this profile, almost perfectly spaced on either side. So that's about as balanced as you're going to get. And why that's off like that, I'm not really sure. But what that is the... And remember that profile is a weekly profile, by the way. Yeah, that one. Maybe better to look out over here. There you are. So there's the upper balance area, and there's the lower one on this profile based on volume. In other words, what? Damn. Yeah. I was thinking that was probably going to happen pretty quick. Not sure if I was on mute or not, but yeah. I have a nagging feeling that this thing is, that will find myself behind the curve somehow that I haven't anticipated. Otherwise, it's fantastic. And I'm sure some clever person with good math skills would be able to whip some kind of formula together that would tell me exactly the answer to that question. But there you go. So you're past scratch and making money now, depending on where that hedge went on and off. But yeah. All right, Anton. I don't have anything else that's going to trigger ever over here. Oh, wait, maybe I do. Maybe this one. Boo, yeah, long. Oh, no, short. See, that's what happens with this particular setup. The rules are sequential. And so there's the A and there's the B, and then it waits until it gets a trigger, which it did right here. And that's a short. So it's not working out very well. Matter of fact, right there it would be stopped. And that's why I don't know. maybe it's just me, but I'm thinking these zones don't work out that well. But then again, these are fixed, definitely fixed areas. You know, 3 to 5 points, etc. So this is another story. Boy, look at that. Boy, if you're good at the rear view mirror, I'm sure some boys over there at somewhere, probably the TLab or wherever, knew damn well that this double top was a short and they're on it, and boom, down you go. Good for them. I wish I had those skills. Now, is this a sell the rip? You know. This is 56 ticks stop because it's double. This old indicator doesn't take into consideration multiple targets. Or not indicator, but yeah, it is an indicator, system indicator. So there's that. If it was me, I probably would have trailed and had a stop at the previous entry. Well, now we got another B going on here. What the hell? I don't know why this is setting up as a B signal, and this is not. And this did not, I mean. It looks to me like it opened above and closed below, so I'm a little surprised as to what that's about, actually. Excuse me. So now if this system were to be believed, it would go back up here to the 50 and down we go. Oh. Got it. The hell are they doing? In the grand scheme of things, what are they doing? Too high, too low. Okay. You're in a hedge, and when I get through eating this lovely food my wife brought in here, I will be in a coma. I'm pretty sure of that. Yeah. Well, I'm going to keep experimenting with the in and out of these hedges and how to deal with that, how to take them off after you're in them. And I've even Googled, hedging and stuff like that to try to see if there's someone a lot smarter than I who, which you obviously are. I mean, you figured all this out on your own. I'm just following along in your footsteps, but I'm trying to work out how I can be confident with the unwinding the hedge. No, I haven't read the thing. I haven't read that for a long time. One thing, the last time, a few times I looked, there's only a few people in there that I even remotely know anymore. So I don't know the history, Well, I'm glad it wasn't me. I told you about him reaching out to me with the record and forms about his being a professional trader, which I thought was pretty cool. I mean, I would have never thought he gave a crap what I thought, but yeah, that was nice. But I can't imagine what somebody would say to get him riled up within the TLab there, other than, I guess the obvious, saying, this is a bunch of crap or something. I suppose, I don't know. Sorry about that. I have a couple of keyboards for these different machines, and I'm always typing on the wrong one. I go to type something to Rod. I just noticed upstairs on my upper machines that Rod had asked me a question. And so I look up and start typing, and it's the wrong keyboard, of course, and I'm pounding all around over here. Excuse me. God, I did it again. Ah. Jesus. Well, now what are we going to do? Is this a square dance or the do-si-do, or what are we doing over here? Oh, man, my eyes are itching like crazy. Well, it's up to 28C now. Yeah, I don't venture off of this setup far, but I happened to glance up and see that I noticed that Rod had sent me a message, so, or, mentioned me in the thing, so I had to open that up, and I get all upside down. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to say here or to do at this point, except nothing. Probably, likely a nothing day on my part. Why aren't I seeing my mouth? There we go. I'd say we got more upside. It's a pretty flat top with no excess really, but look at where we're trading. Yeah, and there is one TPO up there apparently, but so from Dalton or whoever you want to believe, that's fine. That's excess. I always just look at the volume profile. And I'm not sure whether Stottlemyre believed that or not, but that's one of Dalton's favorite things is 2 TPOs is minimum. You got to have 2 TPOs for excess. Well, banging on the 30s. Come on, man. Why are you doing this? The liquidity keeps jumping in and out of there. Nice call on that long. Mean reversion, I guess, huh? I don't know why I'm even talking. Well, are they just leading the way? They've got them at 30 and 35, and then the mids and all the VWAPs and POCs and all the levels you can imagine up above. What's anything going on over here? Nope. Now, this is going to be a funny one. If I remember how I coded this correctly, rather than pull back to the 25, then short, on the downside, I have the pullback to the 50, and that's based on this. This is the breakdown, right? So it's 35% back to the 50. Back to the 25, back to the 50% level, rather than the 25. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think that's how I coded it. Oh boy. Some seriously itchy eyes here. God dang, it's 11:30 already. Holy moly. Where the hell do the days go? She said, the thing about, well, when we got the 12 o'clock reverse coming up too, who the hell knows what's going to happen there. This is always the problem with this kind of trading, and frankly these current markets is it's all just hanging on some sort of tweet or another. He says this, and then the other guy comes out and says, no, I didn't say that. And you know, it's like little kids. There's a I'm not sure if we were talking about this Friday, or where did I see this? When did I see that? The U.S. negotiating. Here we go. VPOC migration down. So is this a short? Not to the 25 yet. Apparently it was leaked somewhere, I guess it would have been over the weekend, that the American envoys and people that are around and associated with these negotiations with Iran told their counterparties from the Iranian group, don't pay any attention to Trump's tweets or anything like that, because he just says stuff whether it's true or not, just for the media. So don't, when you see something like that, don't worry about it. Just don't pay any attention to it. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Well, are we going to go short up here now? We got a VPOC migration south, and we're at the 25% level, which is a pretty big high volume node. Look at that. Oh. And it is essentially it's the developing value area low. Mm-hmm. So I have no idea or how I would even watch for what to think about any kind of probability or data with a double break. I would kind of imagine that we would just rotate back and forth or wind up in the middle, but I don't know. Been a pretty steady tick up since that IB low. pretty indecisive here and then end up over there and up we go. The hell is that? Oh, it's short right there. There you go. The system went short. Yeah, what am I doing? There's the IB, there's the breakout, and there's the trigger. And so it was still firing off the 25, not the 50. Okay. I was going, what is this thing? And now I know what that thing is. That's a long right there. It's a short at the close. This thing doing anything? Well, he got short over here and got spanked once again. This is not good. That's a big data delay right there, or data hole. Man. I don't really think that that's a very good entry location. Looks like it's working out okay now, though. Something's wrong. I got to look at how this is coded because that's crazy. That can't possibly be the take profit target, even though it did take whatever 9 ticks or something. But that's ridiculous. It can't be. It cannot be like that. I've probably got the math going goofy. Let's see something. So this should be half of, should be the entry minus half of the IB down here. And then this is that again. So yeah, something's all goofy here. Never mind. Ooh, look at us go. Oh, well, isn't that something to set before the king? So is it sell the rips or buy the dips? If you had to look at the overall day, which is perhaps most easily viewed right here, here's the day. Huh? Would that be what to expect? Here's previous day's RTH session. Way down below here. Oh, the NQs are a completely different animal today. Look at that. This is the MNQ. Oh, there we go. I was going to say something's wrong there. Yeah. When IRT's too scrunched up, it stops plotting in it, you know, progressive. Okay, that makes a little better sense. Now it looks better. Keep bouncing off that IB low, don't we? I don't think I have any. I don't think I have any data about double breakout. What stuff? It would sort of logically suggest that the higher time frame pushed it up outside, the higher time frame pulled it out the bottom side, and retail or whoever it is that's, you know, traders keep bringing it back inside the IB. So does that mean we're going to have what the volume profile is indicating we're going to have, which is a big rotational day? It's kind of a funny looking thing. Looks like a comb, isn't it? And we still don't have this come on, man. Oh, I tell you, this thing is so irritating. With that flat top, I'd say there's got to be more upside. That's just me. Just me. There we go. Now we're breaking through it. Now if we test up to the bottom of the IB again, is that an IB continuation trade setup? Oh wait, let's see what's going on over here. I don't know why this thing is not firing. It looks like I've got it. I think what I see here is that I've got this code on the bottom side backwards. You see how the previous candle closed higher than it opened? I'm sure that's the problem. Okay, so there's that. And now we have another A. And then if we pull down here to B, and then it comes back up to the trigger, it's a trigger. Yeah. I'll bet you money that's what it is. Let's see if I can see where that would be in the trigger over here, I guess. Short trigger. No, that's not it. There is no sequential bars here. No, that's not the trigger. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oops. I need to look at the signal, not the... I need to look at the breakout. Not... Right there. Close is less than the opening range low. No, this doesn't have that. So I don't know what I'm talking about. I'll have to look again. Never mind. Well, there was an IB continuation, basically, signal. Didn't quite get to the continuation zone by a tick right there. Did get to this to the trigger, of course, but not to the continuation. And over here, it doesn't know whether it's foot or horseback. Well, let me see here. So now, what do we have going on here now? What's wrong with my voice? I don't know what it is. Stuck up in the top there somehow. Rather than a short, huh? Yeah, the 0507 is the balance line. I mean, 7507. That's the balance. And it was the POC from Friday, and but I'm not understanding why we're, oh, this is the Globex low, okay. POC. There we go. A little easier to see. I don't know why I sound funny to myself, like my voice is stuck up in my throat somehow. I don't know what's up with that, but anyway. That's why I don't listen to myself. That's why I don't have the headset on. I'm going to step away from the keyboard here pretty quick at the top of the hour. That means everything's going to break loose and they're going to fall out of bed to wherever. What's the composite profile? Composite profile. You mean it over here? Like this micro composite profile? Yeah, the high and low volume nodes here on this current composite are what I push to, well, here. You can't see any of them at the moment, but there you are. And then, but I don't really ever look at those through the day. That's just something I kind of drug along with me. And people, you know, I don't know why, but anyway. Rod and company often speak about high and low volume nodes, but that's why I have the volume profiles set up like this. These are the places I'm looking. if that's what you meant. Yeah, there's one down here. Ironically, lines right up with the previous POC. I put a short on here and then get the hedge set up in case. But I'm headed away from the keyboard and I don't want to leave a trade on, even hedged. I don't think that would be a good idea. Boy, I don't know what's wrong with my voice. I sound funny even to myself. Maybe I'm not speaking. Maybe I'm speaking quietly or something. I don't know. 1 2 1 2 1 2 doesn't sound very. Look very quiet as far as the bars go, but. I'm half tempted to put a short on here and then set the hedge up and go take a nap. And then the minute I do, they'll end the war, or somebody else, both Ukraine and Iranian wars will be over and they'll eliminate income tax or something, This thing will go out the top of the monitor. I wouldn't be a good swing trader. I would never sleep. Maybe that's where cocaine came from. Swing traders needed to stay awake all the time. We used to call it Peruvian Army marching powder, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was traders. Now we should go into this low volume node at around the 28s. But, and remember, it's just 12 o'clock, so what do they usually do at 12? Shake everybody out. I'm about 2 heartbeats away from Streamline and all of this stuff. And, yeah. I'm telling you that I think from what I don't know how to say this exactly. IRT is a nice looking, fine, professional looking program, but for ease of being able to do stuff, and what's the difference? What do you see here differently? Where's my mouse going off? That's the right one. My computer. What do you see on this chart, on this machine, that couldn't be right here? I mean, and I have it, so I can only add a few more things, but you can do all of the. One of the things I'm going to build here, after I get this little test thing of mine to trade, one of the things I'm going to do is, just because I wanted to see if I could back test with this, in other words, moving past the IRT, I'll bet you that I can code up a session prices and nothing flat using that thing, that assistant thing. And then, there you are. Costs $14 a month or something, this thing. With the data. This is live data. Not delayed or anything else. So, yeah. And because it's the cheapest one, I can only have 2 windows here. I think that's what it said. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, I don't want to to screw with it right now, but you know. And as far as setting up all the rest of it, now there's one thing that's very definitely inferior on this thing that I'm aware of, and that's volume profile. It is not even remotely not even in the ballpark. So there's that problem. And that's a problem. Well, it's a problem if you insist on having it on your charting, but if you're using something like Bookmap, where here's the volume profile already. Now, granted, it's not historical, so I'm not going, well, here we are, and here's yesterday's volume profile and the value area, and we're, not quite overlapping the value area or not, and all those markety profile, volume-y profile kind of ideas. Then, yeah. Ooh, there's another VPOC migration lower. But see what happened when I was getting all ready to go short down here when I felt stupid right there? Stupid. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You see how this negative bar didn't throw? This one did not throw? Or this one didn't throw? That's because the preceding bar was up. I have to see why, and in this case, they should be going the same direction. If anything, it should be going the same way, not the opposite way. That's usually how I always code them. So I gotta look into what that is up with that. But there's the B. Up here would be the trigger, and then down we go. Down we go. He said. And we're shorted over here. No. Hush my mouth. We're long. We're long over here. A. B was just poked its nose in there into the pullback zone, and the trigger into the trigger zone. So it's long. So that's how I was getting chopped up. It's a perfect example of how I was getting chopped up. Yeah, the trading view volume short, I've not been able to get to work at all. First of all, there's no session volume profile that I was ever able to find. It's all this in view or some other crap, and it never seemed to work right. So yeah, there you go. ATAS, you probably hit on a real winner there. I'm sure you're having, given your capability and intelligence and trading ability, I would say that you would be a good judge of that. Myself, I'm a good judge of saddle horses, workhorses. When I was a kid, here's what for you. When I was a kid on the ranch in Montana, we fed cattle with a team of horses because our ranch was on top of the Continental Divide of the Rocky Mountains, so you can imagine the snow. We fed cattle with a team of horses in the wintertime, a team of Clydesdales actually. And because it was so cold there, usually like 40 below zero was not unusual, Fahrenheit. We kept the bridles in the basement by the potbelly stove. And when we went out to harness the horses, I'd keep the bridles inside my coat under my armpit so it wouldn't freeze, the steel wouldn't freeze in the horse's mouth. There's one for you. Okay, well, maybe I didn't. The last time I ever did, maybe the only time I ever did anything with TradingView, except now with this Edgeful stuff, was that the top step X thing that I took a look at didn't have it. It was based on a real stripped down model of TradingView, and it's one of the reasons I said I'm not switching to Top Step X, and then they canceled all my accounts, which were all in good standing, as you know. I mean, they were all one trade away from being at the profit target, all 50,000 accounts. Anyway, so I never was able to find that one. I'll look and see. I'll check that out. Another VPOC migration down to the IB. Oh, baby. How low can we go? It's after 12. I'll check that out. Thanks. I mean, I'm not thinking, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not thinking about dumping everything off and trading off TradingView or, charting off TradingView. But it, for example, where'd my mouse go? There you go. Come on. Goddamn thing. For goofing around over here and looking at these candles and for the stuff that these various indicators and things that Edgeful uses and stuff, hey, why not? It's pretty handy. And here's all the data about the IB. And as I said, I was able to code this goofy thing up in next to nothing. This thing right here, this code in next to nothing, less than 2 hours easily, last over the weekend with the help of that assistant thing. Jesus Christ, And it took me, probably at least conservatively 2 months to figure all this minuscule crap out to have a strategy that I could rely on would actually enter where I said it was going to, and all that stuff, and then to trade management took me a couple months easy. Wow. What's your time? You know what I mean? That's just there's it ain't even close for this kind of thing. Stopped out yet? Not yet. Close. Pretty close. And this is a long, remember. Well, this version I have isn't free. I had to go up to one level above to be able to have more than 2 indicators. So I could use that Edgeful thing. But yeah, it's not the free one, but it's as close to it as you can get. Let's see. I don't know whether I can do any more indicators or not. Hold on a minute. Let me shut this thing. Come on, where are you? Let me shut this thing off. And indicators, SVP, session volume profile. SVP, session volume profile. Session volume profile HD. I don't know what that might mean. Oh, that's pretty cool. Now, I mean, it looks like the same thing, right? Why not? Whoop. I don't know what happened there, but that doesn't look good. I didn't quite what I had in mind. I don't know the difference between that one. Oh, no. I don't know the difference between that one and this one. But let's see. Now where did it go? Session volume profile. Set up. All sessions. Let's just do each pre-market, market only, post-market only, custom. So I guess market only is going to be the, here we go. Custom. Maybe let's do custom. 9:30 to 1600. First of all, I guess it's going to know what time I am as far as my clock goes on the computer. Exchange. Wow, look at that. Huh. Style. Visibility. Well, there you go. There's the market profile for the for this one. I don't like all this doubly upply shit, but there you go. Yeah, that's pretty. There you go. Well, that wasn't available on that other goofy thing. And I'm a little worried here because I'm only supposed to be able to have a couple of 3 indicators here, or indicators. I'm wondering if these bastards have moved me up to charge a bunch more money or something, because that was always a thing. I would get a big pop-up that say, ooh, upgrade to so-and-so if you want to do this. If I got some kind of an upgrade thing I don't know about, I'm going to be extra pissed. But yeah, there you go. Cool. Well, there it is, right there. While I'm on that subject, I think I want to look into that because I don't want some surprise. Some surprise crap. About what plan I'm on or whatever else, I don't want that. I'm supposed to be on this thing right here. I don't know how you tell, but I'm going to look into that for sure. It makes me nervous to see all those indicators on there. Unless all of a sudden they think I'm so cool that they're going to give all that to me. Come on, man. Stop doing that. What's the matter with you? Over here where you belong. Well, I don't have anything to do with X or anywhere else. I could put YouTube channel there, I guess. Subscriptions, there we go. No, I'm just should be okay. Okay, no, that seems to be okay. I did a year payment and it's it says $163.40 next due on May 2nd, 2007. And $88.33 next payment due on May 2nd, 2007. for the CME group data. So there we go. There we go. I don't know why I'm... Anyway. So no, I'm not being charged something stupid. I guess that's because I'm so good looking. They're giving me all these extra indicators. Well, I guess if Antonio's around, he's on the VPOC migration south and happier than a pig in the mud.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
This VPOC migration trade would be a really good one. I'm going to work on vetting with the hedge. And I wish I was on this trade, period, but I was a little freak out there that that they had suddenly upped my subscription fee a lot or something. So yeah, here we go down towards the lows. Yeah. That's a good idea. Yeah, it seems so. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I don't know how much I would use that because I primarily just, as I said, look at TradingView to see the graphic of the edgeful stuff. Now, edgeful might have some volume stuff going on now that I haven't seen yet, which is possible for the volume profile. Yeah, I checked that out, and I was there a minute of panic there, but everything's fine. Unfortunately, I didn't take the trade, but I'm gonna really, now that I brought that up to myself, I don't know why I didn't think about it before, but that's the perfect opportunity for the hedge. Now, maybe some parameters like how far the VPOC has to migrate first, like this probably wouldn't be a good idea right over here. But you know what I'm saying, from here down, if it's more than X points or N points migration, whether it's above or below the VWAP or the VPOC or, all of those kind of different things you could factor in there as additional filters. But when it comes down there and price comes up to it, bam, Bob's your uncle. And then you set the hedge up to follow in case it runs back up to a price check at aisle 3 or some other stupidness. That's a really good idea. I think really like that. I don't know why I didn't think about it before now. And easily tested. Now, I don't know how easily I can build that. I can build that. Another parameter that would be really important is how long is the trigger after the VPOC migration? In other words, if it happened, at 8:30 in the morning and you finally come up and trigger it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that's probably not considered a VPOC migration. That would probably be a diddle in the middle. So I'm going to have to figure that out. I'm so tired of thinking about all this data crap. I want to just trade and be able to throw some on. And if I'd have had been one more trade ahead of Top Step, I would have had 50,000 combines in the for the whatever they call it where they pay you. Not that would have gone anywhere, but it was pretty simple, Trade a E-mini at 2-lot, risk neutral, and boop, 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 up you go. 5 trades, 6 trades, and that was the profit. So this micro story is pretty painful. Well, now what would this be? Short in the hole, not good. Ow. Screwed up my poor man's curved monitor here. Damn. Damn. Heading for the lows again, huh? One thing about TradingView that I'm sure of is aggregated data. So that's probably where the accuracy or the lack thereof comes in. And that Platinum Plus or whatever the hell version they have, it's got all the bells and whistles and tick data and all that kind of crap. That's $300 a month. Well, what would you expect? I'd expect they're going to go out the bottom of this thing, but who knows? I think right now everybody's waiting on somebody to tweet something. That's the feeling I always get. Or they know there's a tweet coming because they're all on the inside track or whatever, that list that Trump was selling that he was going to give advanced email alerts or something kind of, alerts that he was going to make a post about something. They were actually selling that. Well, to avoid the risk of going short in the hole down here, I'm going to step away for a minute. Much as I would love to throw one on, I think discretion's the better part of valor here. Hey, Magic. I didn't have any, but phone's doing pretty well. Well, this is exactly where we were a minute ago, banging around the IB low. This old girl's not doing very well. Hey, Magic. Pretty weird day. Look at what IB or IRT does is it obviously it highlights the correct open type, but it also every statistic that has been achieved, it changes the text from black to blue. Just look how small. Very few of these levels have been achieved today. Overnight low, IB low, IB high, previous high, overnight mid, and the POC. I don't think there's going to be any major movement unless there's, Trump finds his phone or the tweet or whatever. I don't see anything that's going to, or of course some development in Iran. Then all bets are off. And we're in the power hour. Never a very powerful hour for me to trade ever. Actually, I don't enter trades in the power hour. Let's see. There's a statistic or a report around the power hour, which I am not very familiar with. Power hour breakout, power hour continuation. What do you suppose those mean? Now, what does this mean, I wonder? Well, that's an interesting statistic, if you want to think about it for a minute. So on Tuesday, looking back 6 months on the MES, %, probability no low of day, new low of day not made. That means that if you want to take that into heart, there's an 80% probability we're not going to go right here. So taking a short, like IB continuing or taking the migrating VPOC trade or something, there's an 80% probability we're not going to get there. So that's a good reason not to go short, huh? What else is going on with this thing? Let's see. Buy open. Know what this might mean. I've never really looked at this. Custom settings by open, okay. Open area percentage. And here's the open, by the way. So there's a 100% probability we're not going to make a new low a day. 100% probability we won't come this far. 10 handles. I don't know what buy open means here. I'm going to have to read that. And we could filter it further in the custom filtering by, here we go. Open area percentage. This changes the percentage of the daily range used to define the opening and threshold. Okay. Let's make this Tuesday and see what happens. Still 100%. Ironically, look at here though, that a new high of day. Now, this percentage of open area has got to mean something. Try to see what that means here. I don't know. This is a brand new chart report I've never looked at. This is what I'm talking about. Sorry. This is the power hour by open for Tuesday. So far, we're filtered down to Tuesday so far. And what I'm trying to find out is what this buy open thing, opening area percentage. I'm not sure what that means, but we're going to figure it out. This changes the percentage of the daily range used to define the opening threshold. Opening area threshold. Let's see if there's some description about it down here in the text. Here we go. The opening position of the power hour. Aha, it's not the open of the day or the session. It's the open of the power hour. If opening is above the midpoint, rarely produce new lows. Opening below the midpoint, almost never produce new highs. Certain setups produce breakouts that are... Okay, what does that mean exactly? So let's get back up here and see if we can figure this one out. Kind of interesting. because I'm not doing anything else right now. So the customary. So what we want to do is where we are in the percent of the daily range at when the power hour opened. So the power hour opened right here at the bottom. Right here at the bottom of the daily range, within the lower 10%, I guess. Because, yeah, well, so let's see what we got and what this does. Let's see what 90% does. I know what I did wrong already, but it's percent of the daily range. So we're up here at 10%. Let's make it 15 to be generous. No, that can't be right. Mm-hmm. Well, let's make it 50. Okay. So if we're down here at the bottom, say 25%, I'm going to say that this is going to be 25% and this will be 75. Let's see if I'm right. I've never looked at this report before, but this is kind of interesting. So let's go there. There was 50. Let's go to 75% and see what it does. Not quite. And interestingly enough, the lower that you open the lower in the range, okay. No, 85% no low is made. New low is made. 14% a new low is made. So when we are down here in the 10% range of this 10% of the daily range, there is a high percentage that we may put in a new low. And it decreases the low the closer we get to the bottom. All right. That makes sense. Let's get down here to what I thought a minute ago, which was about the 80%. We're actually lower than that because well, what's the range? The range is 16 to 56, say. So there it's 40 points. So the mid is 36. There's 50% of the range. And there's the bottom. So this is about 25%. So that would be 75% of the range. I think, going from the bottom. Yeah. Now, what do these two charts do? I don't see. I don't see what the two charts mean. They're both MES, both by breakout, open, the days, the session. Hey, what's up, dude? Yeah, I'm watching. I found it. I'm just looking at something. Oh man, I thought I had the right deal. I'm looking at a report I found on Edgeville here, which is the power hour breakout, and I'm doing some interesting things here. This is by day. This is you put this at 50%. This is at percentage of the range, and so I figure we're about 75% of the range because we're at about 25%. Oh, that might be the part. That might be it. Maybe I'm looking the wrong direction. Maybe I'm going about these percentages the wrong way. Let's look at 25%. No, I was right the first time. Obviously, the closer to the low you are, the more likely you're going to make a new low of day, and the less likely you're going to make a new high of day. What I'm not understanding now is new high of day, new low of day, new high of day, new low of day, and I don't see what the difference is. I don't see the difference between these two charts. Do you? They look exactly the same to me. The same thing here and here and here and here. There's no snazzy little picture down down here to look at. Oh. Okay, I don't have the indicator open. Problem I have with this chart is, with this report is, I don't understand what's the difference between these two charts right here. I'm sure there is one, but I'm not figuring out. I mean, there's very definitely one by the data. Opening area percentage 25%. This must be below oh, I don't know, below the midpoint, above it, or below the percentage and above it. I don't know. Indicator, huh? Let's see if that indicator's around here somewhere. Power hour indicator. Power hour breakouts. All right. I don't know why. Now it's telling me I can't load any more indicators. Okay. A minute ago, I was questioning that, remember? I don't want to upgrade now. What I want to do is go over here and delete some of this silly shit. I put it on here twice, so I don't need that. Nice cradle. Here we go. This is the vertical line. So this is the power hour. And I don't know what it's going to do. It's going to tell me something, I guess. Let's take off the initial balance and see what that does. So this vertical line is the power hour vertical line, but so what? Let's do some more of this. Well, we already know the session range because we have the session indicator on here already. And that's showing the high and the low of the range. So there's the red line from the range of the session. So that's not the IB anymore. So this is that indicator. So it hasn't, I still don't get what it's doing. I don't see what it's telling us over here, but anyway. Pretty obvious, I guess, that if you're down here somewhere, you're not going to have a very likely opportunity to get out the top. Let's make this show this line. Okay, so here's the mid. Ooh, really? That doesn't make any sense. Hold on. This cannot be the mid of this session. That doesn't make any sense, does it? No. Okay, well, I'll think about that later. it was kind of an interesting statistic when I first started looking at it, that and may still be an interesting report. When we're slopping around down here like this, and there's a and we have this open type and the IB type that we have, 0% there, or 90% that we will not put in a new low. I've got to make sure I understand that. That could be pretty cool. Because I was standing here thinking about it. I was standing here thinking about a short, or like usual. I'm not going to do it, but I was. And then, yeah. Okay, wow, it's 3:40 already. Well, typically then, let's do the market recap. Well, that's usually what we do about this time. That ought to be pretty obvious what's happened so far. There's the open somewhere, right down here. And here we are. So a B-shaped profile is long liquidation, they say. Pretty much a chop fest here, right back at the mid. I think the market is just trading them up, waiting to see what next shoe's going to drop to do with this Iran thing and all the craziness that's going on around here, geopolitically and in the country in general. And yeah, this IRT, which is my basic charting, these are the micros. This is the mini tabs. Look at there, we got down to $1.25, our ATR. So just basically nothing in a 1 minute candle. Volume's holding low. What do we got for total volume over here? Yeah, about 1 million, 2 million, 3, that's right. But this volume for the MNQ is just astounds me now. Huh. So yeah, these are Rincos. This is the mini micro NQ. This is my micro composite chart. And here, basically, these are daily candlesticks, RTH period only. Clear in the header of every chart is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So here we are, and this is today. No decision whatsoever, and this will be included in here because it is technically overlapping, just barely. We just barely. I'll have to actually see down in the info box is all the data for each candle. So the high is 75.24 Friday, and the low is 75.17. So 4 or 5 points we got into the range. I'm not sure whether I could call that that is definitely an outside day closing, the range closed, but of course the gap is, the closing price is way down here. So as a huge gap remains open. But anyway, what I will probably do is, because price does overlap, I'll include this day in this volume profile, which generates the high and low volume nodes and the micro composite VP as CO, that sort of thing. These high and low volume nodes push to bookmap, as do the session prices. So let's look at the all important, we don't need to worry about the hedge beauty anymore. Let's look at the snooze for tomorrow. Really? ADP employment weekly change, a 2-star hoop-de-doo, and nothing else. Wow. Now, this is investing.com. First of all, both of these news sources you can filter for whoever and wherever you are, and they're free. So you can, they're accessible to anybody that follows the stream. Also, we have in investing.com, they only follow and track on their calendar traditional economic events and news, non-farm payroll, PMI, CDP, FOMC, that kind of thing. And you'll notice that the event title changes to a URL when you hover over it. So if you don't know what the ADP employment change weekly is, you can click on that and go see. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. And I track it for the opposite reason as investing.com. Over here on their calendar, they do pull in random events that aren't typical. There's none today, but Trump is going to have a speech. He's going to be attending something, and they're events that we as traders in the financial world, market world, know have a potential risk for the auction. So I appreciate that they pull those things in, because as traders today, your primary job is to protect and preserve your account. The fundamental way to do that is risk management. You cannot manage risk if you don't know about it. So I really appreciate that they pull those kind of random things here into their calendar. And it's nothing political. It's a fact of traders and risk management. On this side is like a squawk box, where you can see Prime Minister Netanyahu, Israel military is opening with large forces on the ground in southern Lebanon. Well, that's great. Go take over southern Lebanon, you goofy. Well, that's interesting. Anyway, it's a squawk box, and this is where we're going to have the market on close imbalance at 1450. We are in earnings too, by the way. So I forgot to point this out. Earnings for tomorrow. Well, we've got Marvel. If you're a comic book reader, you're probably pretty excited. And Salesforce, if you're a salesperson. There you go. So we'll keep an eye on Financial Juice for the market on close and balance. We'll keep an eye on the fact that we had a very low probability that we would put in a new low today in the power hour, and it looks like that's coming true. We are not going to. By the way, price is rallying back to the mid, actually past the mid and over center now. Interestingly enough, it's a price check at aisle 3 as far as the full session volume profile goes. What I was thinking about, Anton, was what I was thinking of here was, I mentioned earlier that I'm going to look at this tonight for VPOC migrations and then just put them on when it migrates, using the hedge as the stop. And when I came back in, I looked at this one and I thought, oh, well, there we go. And no, wait. And I sort of looked at what time it was and, didn't. I'm not sure what you mean by constant voice migrations. Is that me? Or voice? You were trying to type VPOC, I'll bet you. Yeah, I got it. Never mind. Never mind. I love spell check. Or whatever that thing is. Hey. Doofus. So, yeah. Wow, this day fizzled to a freaking halt quick. I'm really intrigued by this power hour breakout report thing. I'm going to have to do a serious... What I'll do, and anybody, I will do the explanation video where there should be a... Andre should answer all the questions, but I won't do that now during the stream. That doesn't make any sense. It says that the midpoint this thing looks at marks the midpoint of the power hour range calculated from the high of and low of the power hour period. For example, if power hour runs from 3 to 4, the midpoint is the halfway point between the high and the low made before 3 p.m. That doesn't make sense. I don't think he's got it written right there. And here, well, here is 3 p.m. Where is 3 p.m.? Somewhere here. 3 p.m. is Central Standard Time. There's the high. Well, this is the line that is drawn at the midpoint, and that's not the midpoint between here and here that I know of. I'll have to figure it out. The reason for all this speculation here is this percentage. Oh. This changes the percentage of the daily range used to define the opening area threshold. What's 100% do? And nothing over here. Oh, I see what it is that is not being, or at least I don't think it's being. See where it says opening area percentage 100%, 100%? I think if I put this at 75, this will be representing 25. Let's see. At 5 minutes, so I got plenty of time to think about this. Let's go to 75. Save. Yep. This should be saying what's left, I think. Right? Doesn't make, why would they do that? I don't understand. I'm going to look forward to seeing that video and asking them a question or whatever. While I was out, I was listening to the, here's the market on closing balance. Here we are. Sorry I missed that. Buy side across the board, 1,789,000,000. S&P, 1,149,000,000. NASDAQ, 286 million buy side for the Dow and 352 million buy side for the Mag 7. Oh, wow. That's a lot. I was listening to the Edgeful guy named Zinc or whatever it is on the stream thing, on their stream or his stream or whatever it is the other day. And he was talking about something that shocked me for a person that's representing a company like that and supposedly leading, has a lot of followers trading and things like that. He was shocked to find out that yesterday was a holiday period. It was an abbreviated holiday trading session. Jesus Christ, if your whole world is trading futures and trading the markets, I was shocked that he would. I actually replayed it to listen to it twice because I couldn't believe it. Of course, he does live in Maine, so maybe up there they don't know about, Maybe up there they don't know about, take care, man. Have a good one. Maybe up there they don't know about Memorial Day. I don't know. Anyway, I thought that was interesting to know that he didn't know that. So we've got 5 minutes left in the stream. I want you all to realize how much I appreciate your participation here. And I'm in the YouTube for the likes and subs, so please do that. Definitely, feedback in the chat is really, this is a collaborative effort of sharing ideas and trying to get someplace, trying to hone our trading skills to refine our trading businesses to be consistently profitable. And I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time till 1500, which is the cash market. So we'll stand by here until we take it into the close, which is about 4 minutes. And there we are. The cash market is officially closed. It's 1500. There's our little closing swing trade. We did not put in a new low, and we came right back above. Well, we've come just down to the open again now. So the market traded up and down and all around for 7 hours and didn't go anyplace. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks a lot for coming by. Please like and subscribe. That's great and huge and helpful and very appreciative. I'll see you tomorrow at 0800 Central Standard Time. Adios, amigos.